ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Across the streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are laid. Ghosted tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are played. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Epic battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark.
Hmm. Of course. Of course, there will be no game audio. Why? Because this system sucks ass. I don't know.
You're just a fat kid. Sorry about that, fatty. Dumb, he's just a fat kid. Aren't you, fatty? You're just a big old fat kid. Here's some chocolate, fatso.
I don't know. I don't know. No real audio. It's barely coming through in this system, so not entirely sure what the fuck's going on with it. Mm, wow, it's a big old rock stuck in there. Cheese? Is that cheese? Please deliver cheese to me. Well, that's a first. I didn't even know I could make cheese. Okay. That's something that's beyond my skill level. So obviously we won't be bringing him any cheese. No cheese for you, homie. No cheese for you. What's our inventory looking like? We've got no sticks. I must have given up all my fucking wood. Well, that's not good. Okay. Well, we will have to scavenge for wood. Not like we can't get wood, you know. Plenty of trees around. Stuff to knock down, take all the wood out. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. My guy climbs like Spider-Man. Oh, I put it all in my hotbar, that's why. That. Oak. Don't need that. Don't need sandstone. Actually, let it go like this. Get rid of that. What's that? Joshua tree seed. I don't need that. Take the sandstone back though. Take that, piggy. Oh, there's two of them right here. Two of them, one right next to the other. Okie dokie. Okay, before we go and do anything else, let's get rid of shit. Shit I don't need. Hi, Anthony. The power of cheese? Yeah. Well, I mean, I love cheese. Cheese is awesome. Um, the only thing is, I can't make cheese. There's skeleton walking around. I know you guys can't hear it, but I don't know how to fix that. Sorry about your bad luck. Um, there, copper there. So we're gonna drop that on the ground. I don't need it. Then what I'm gonna do real quick is go like this. Uh, build this, but we're gonna make it look like this. Yeah, cool looking. Then we're gonna make it be tilted. Just because it looks cool. Oops, wrong one. Wrong spot. I can't figure out why I'm not getting audio anymore, so sorry about that. Not like there's a whole lot to hear in the game, anyways. You don't get to listen to the annoying sawing, hammering noise, but eh. How cool is that, though? I can make it look like sandstone instead of white marble. That's as far as we go. We'll go X, and then we'll go stair again, but we will reset and change directions a little bit. And there we go. And then we'll leave this behind, and whoever wants to use it can use it, and we'll be good with it. And then we'll glide over here. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my in-game audio. My in-game audio did, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I didn't change anything from last night, so I don't know why we're not getting in-game audio. Ooh. Uh. Ooh. Uh. Oh. Uh. Oh. Uh. Just a feller out for a jog to the top of the tallest tower in this particular spot right here. Hello, Anthony, by the way. How are you? Good to see you. We'll have to take a look at the map. We're going to have to take a look at the map. I think that one right there is the closest one. It's way up the top of that hill. But if we go to that one, we can definitely glide to that one. Or at least towards it. Right? That's how the map looks, right? Yeah, if we go to this one, it'll open up this area. Then we can go straight to that one. Then we gotta kind of double back to this one. Which is not a big deal. Not a big deal. Well, that one's pretty close too. So if we go, hmm, well, actually, if we go from this one to this one, we try to glide from this one over into here. Hmm. However, that one, hmm, that's kind of a pain. Help is on the way. Oh, tree. There's a tree there. Hey, oh, hey, ho, hey, ho. Climbing, climbing up the hill. Do, 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 do. How's your day going, Anthony? Can you even hear me? It shows that my mic's registering, but I don't know if you're hearing anything because you're not talking much. Maybe you're sleeping. I don't know. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Bothers me that my audio shut off. It's really bothersome. It's very bothersome to me. Very bothersome. I don't know why it's not. Why is it not doing game audio? It's very perplexing to me that it seems to be just I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on with this shit. I'm half tempted to fucking chuck the whole idea of doing two PCs because the shit's just seems to be more of a headache than it's worth. Although it may be using the capture card is what's causing the thing to be such an issue, maybe? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I need some kind of tech guru to come in and tell me what's what. Well, that's not what I wanted to do at all. I don't know. It's bothering me that I have no audio stream, and it's starting to upset me. Oops. That's not what I want. Oh, well, that fixed it. Okay. Crappy headset it is. I would still like to know why I can't use my other headset. That kind of sucks. You guys had audio last night, or earlier today, I should say. You'd think you'd make more noise doing the roll. Jiggle-ling. All I see is clouds. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see, so it should be due east somewhere. In there. Then we'll go south. Southeast. Southwest somewhere. West. There we go. Sun came out. Sun came out. Wow. Nobody wants to see this game. People keep popping in and then they just leave. Nobody says a word. Just head west, I guess. Oh. Probably get rid of that. Probably get rid of the claws too. Taking the wood from the stand. Oh, here come the little bugs. Annihilated. Oh, that unlocked something. Nice, very nice, very nice. Oh, little piggy didn't even stand a chance. Let's see. That can get thrown out. Seeds can get thrown out. It's a fruit. We'll save that. Throw that out and throw the bone out because I don't need that. And I don't need the boar hide. But we will take the wood for exploration purposes. And make sure you got lots of wood for exploration. Just guess. Somewhat west. West to this side of the whatever this thing is. Ooh, look we go, man. I'm fast as fuck. Oh, till I run out of stamina. Nope, don't want it. There's also another one. right there. And a little red place there. We'll see what they got. See what that feller wants. He might want something that I have. Ooh, copper. I want the copper, though. Don't need the acacia wood. Don't need seeds. Seeds. Black. Ugh, don't need oak either. We got lots of wood. Eagle egg. Oh, I just have a regular egg, huh? Oh, chicken egg. No fooling that guy. Get shit on. Get shit on, little piggy. I don't want any of that other stuff. Nothing to loot. What's this? Preventative maintenance to ensure that little piggies don't go getting in the building. Or anyone else. We'll drop that sand in the hole. Drop the sand in the hole. Yeah. West. I'm guessing that's my next tower right there. Gotta be. Yep. Yep. Sure as shit. Guess what we can do from right here? Go build. we can use up our sandstone. That's pretty cool now that we've got that sorted out and figured out. I just wish I could add something to it instead of just having that on the clipboard. Although building in longer lengths like this, much cooler. Makes building a much bigger snap than it was before. Wait, what? Can I not? Oh, I wonder if I'm running low. I don't have enough to build that next section, so we're gonna run out the sandstone. I thought the sandstone was just like an add-on, so you had to have like one sandstone, but you were still building with wood to color it. And that's not how it actually works. It lets you change media, so you're building with stone instead of with wood. Pretty cool though. I like doing it the simple way though. Or I'm too far away and it won't let me do that anymore. Making a memory on the clipboard. Want to go like that? Yeah. Oh, actually, go like that. Erase everything. Now we'll do this. Now we'll redo it on the clipboard. Not that I really needed to, but yeah. We'll get up high enough and then we can just jump off. Because why not, right? We're allowed to build whatever we want, wherever we want, according to the game rules. So, and all this shit should despawn anyway, so. Because it's not protected by my reliquary. Want to get those crystals though. Reset. Oh, I didn't like that at all. That was, yeah, let's not do that again. Oh, that's creepy, weird feeling. Yeah, let's not do that anymore. I didn't like that. That scared me. That was spooky. Um, let's do marble stairs. But we're gonna make them sandstone. Yeah, son of a bitch. Oh, that hurt. Actually, let's do this. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, son of a biscuit. Ugh. Yeah, uh, shit. Yeah, I knew you were gonna flop around like that, you turd. Let's see if I go like this. Oh, you mother bastard. Bastard. Ah. Okay, from here we should go south. Directly south. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just go south. Right? Wait a minute. That's south? Huh. Oh, that's not south. That is south. But that is where we're headed, right there. That's almost directly towards that one. More white crystal. Um, yeah, right about there. Yeah, we're getting close to being out of sandstone. Open 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. And that's it. We are out of sandstone, right? Yeah. Okay, got it figured out. Think. Okay, so we can build out of birch. Okay, so if we go but change to birch. Or I could do red crystal. Ooh, I could do white crystal. That looks pretty badass. But we're saving the white crystal. Ooh, I can build out coal. Coal looks cool. Coal looks like black marble. You do honeycomb. You do beeswax. Ooh, stinger looks fucking dope. You build it out of meat, make it look like a bacon. I only have one egg though. We can build it out of raw copper. That's kind of cool. Ooh, cactus fruit. But we're gonna build it out of birch. Okay, we're gonna do sections of 25. That should give us a fairly good even count. Then I don't really have to think about it a whole lot. Just go, oop. That's a much quicker way and simpler way to build. I wish it would let you save builds on the clipboard though. So you could have multiple different items so that you could click open your uh, clipboard and go, okay, I want to use this on here, but I need to make this separate piece and then go back and build it on the clipboard. You know what I mean? Because now I want to build one that goes up. So what I want is to go like so. And I want to tilt it. I want to tilt it. Oop, maybe not quite that much. $50. Yeah. Oh no, 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 no. Let's tilt that back 5 degrees. Oops. We're getting better. We're getting better at it. We're getting better at it. Yeah, it's that way. Yep. We're pulling it right at it. Oops. I don't know how long this is. It's whatever distance that is. I don't know. I don't know. We got plenty of birch, so we can build. So we run out of birch, and then we'll build with sticks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hello down there, Mr. Polar Bears. And Mr. Frost Boars and little Elkies. I see all of you down there. Oh, I kind of want to build a bridge over that chasm. Which I kind of am. I'm kind of building one, but I want to do one that's kind of decorative. So people will come by and go, Whoa, what the fuck? That's cool. Who built this cool looking bridge? Uh, that's not part of my. That was my. Why does it shut my clipboard off? I don't understand that. I don't know why it does that. Uh, any more of that? Oh no, 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 no. I have lots of birch. Ta- Tapadu Tapaducci? Is that how you say your name? Tapaducci? Uh, I don't know what causes it to shut the clipboard off. I'm not in clear. I'm not clearly sure about how some of the stuff works on here. You can clearly see that my tapped out CY. Oh, okay. Tapped out Psy. I'm not clear why it shuts the clipboard. It just shuts off for some reason. Maybe I'm touching a mouse button wrong or something. I'm not entirely sure about that, but no, I've got lots of birch, so as you can see with this one, it'll pop up and it'll give me a count on how much I have left in my inventory. Boop. 1084. Oh, there's another one down it. It's another little windmill down there on the side of the mountain. Um, anyway, we can drop off right here and then just climb up the side and get back up on our bridge here. Built a big old long bridge just because. And he sticks the landing. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. Don't get to see where you're at, but that's all right. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, now see, I still have my clipboard. It's still enabled, but I used my wing, so I shouldn't be able to build anything. Oh, well, too close to a point of interest. So that's all right. It's all good. Uh, let's see. And on our map, boop, 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 boop. So we can go southwest because there'll be one over here somewhere. Go due east. Due east, there's one that's right nearby. Yeah, it shows it right over there. So we will go like so and glide over here. And then we'll climb the rocks. Mountain climbing. Barehanded. Haha, you missed me, Wolfie. You missed me, Wolfie boy. And we will leave the bridge here, but we're gonna take this stuff off. Because it just looks weird poking out going to nowhere. It's weird. Actually, I can pick it up. So, and then just erase it. Oop. My guy's a little too sticky. Sticks to the walls a little too easy. Another eagle egg? Why does everybody want eagle eggs all of a sudden? Wait, are there eagles around here? If there's an eagle around here, I'll go rob his nest. Although I didn't see any eagles flying around, so they should be in this area. Ah. Hello? You guys see any eagles flying around? I don't see any eagles flying around. I can't see eagles flying around. There's no point, right? Okay, which direction was that? Due east. Okay. Not that one. Building shape is a little suspect. The the building shape? Oh, yeah. Yeah. The windmill? Yeah. Yeah, it's a little suspect. You could say that. You could say that and nobody will fault you for it. Uh, some of the stuff on here, yeah, it's a little. Yeah, the orangey red ones. Yeah, they're a little on the suspect side. lot of phallic imagery in this game. I don't know why. Just something that happened that way, I guess. I don't know. I didn't develop the game. I just play it, but yeah. It's a little on the not quite sure what you were thinking side of things. But hey, you know what? To each their own. We're gonna go. Let's tilt this. 30 degrees. Yeah, 30 degrees will work. That'll gain us plenty of altitude. There we go. That makes it much easier for building, though, I gotta tell you. We'll go one more. We'll go one more. Oh, excuse me. Sudden coughing fit there. Ugh. A little bit of dust floating around here got the back of my throat. I don't like that. You ever get that dry tickle in the back of your throat? You're like, ugh. Ugh, I can't breathe. That might get us to there. All right, go like this. Go. Doop, doop. Doop. Last one. Okay. That's it for the birch. I have 4 pieces of birch left, but that's not enough to build anything with, so.
Yes! Hey! Hey! We know each other. He's a friend from work.
WV Baby 91 TTV, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. For some reason, I can't hear that audio, the raid audio. I don't know why. For some reason, it just doesn't come through. Hi, Sharp.
Emotional damage.
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for coming over. Thank you for the raid.
I have come here to
Follower Gold just got met. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that very much. I will have to update that eventually later on in the stream. As long as I remember it. But here we go. How's my stream? My stream is going very well. We're having fun. I'm still learning some new stuff on the building mechanics. But we're gonna jump off. Woo!
Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please.
What
Fuck
timing?
This shit, I'm out. No. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
I cannot say that couldn't have been timed any better. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Jumping off the ledge. See ya, bitches. Yep. As long as you're having fun, that's all that really matters, right? That they don't call them games for nothing. Okay, now that we're over here, looks like this one's the next closest one. Be that one over there. Chaos Demon. Yeah, that was very good timing. And we looks like we get to run through a desert area to get to that one. Or we can try to go back up into the Arctic area, but either way. Geronimo! Look at that. Pro glider over here, yo. Might be able to find more birch in here. You'd die if it happened again. Better timing stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Ooh, look at that. There's a tower right there. And boop. We want the raw copper, and we don't want any of that other stuff. Yeah, I doubt that will happen like that again for however long. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Oh, we will take your coal. We will take your sunken treasure of coal. Oh, and there's... Swimming against the current. Oh! See that crocodile? He just tried to ambush me. Take that, butthole. Oh, all he had was bones in him? That crocodile sucked. Seeds? Oh. I'm off to shower. I'll be around though. All right, baby. Enjoy your shower. Nice hot shower. To end your day. It's always a good way to end it. Nice hot shower. Relax all the muscles. Get rid of any tension you might have. Thank you again for the raids, coming over and chilling and hanging out for a minute. Oh, some more coal. Just in case. We like coal. Coal is very useful. Oh, there's another one right there. Supposed to be going to the tower, but oh, my glider's gonna break. My glider's gonna break. It's alright. I got a spare. I got a spare. Ooh. I'll take the potions. Potions are good. Lack of potions. We don't need green cactuses though. Um, yeah, this is a very interesting game. It's much like DayZ. There's really no goal to it, but it is fun to play. It's made by builders for builders, so you can build stuff and just run around and explore an infinite world that just it literally has no limits on it. Just keep building forever and ever and ever and never worry about anything. Boop, boop, boop. Could have restocked all my birch over here, but I'm not too worried about it. I got a ton of sticks, so not like we can't find more. It's not like there aren't forests around. There's a piggy stuck in a rock. Oh, he's stuck on a rock, not in a rock. What's up? What do we see up here? And this whole desert area looks like desert, like Greece almost. It's Grecian. Oops, wrong button. Mm, 55 degrees. Yeah, we'll do 55. 55's good. Ah. Get up there. Hello? Or we can grab sandstone, or we can grab dirt, we can grab rock, we can grab whatever. and just build out of whatever we want, you know? We'll do this so we don't have to climb the tower. We just go up our ramp and just jump off. Let's go. And then that one off and go. This part of the building mechanic, now that I know it, this makes it so much faster. I mean, you can blow right through all your material pretty fast, but it still works pretty dang good. Oh, we are so close to that right there. Hmm. Rub my eye real quick. Oh, there's going to be another one over here. I'll almost guarantee it. Well, I guess that's okay. I mean, we can glide back and come back and recoup all this material right here. In fact, what we can do is let's go like this. That's not what I had in mind. Get rid of that. We'll just get rid of that. That's simple enough, right? And then just, yeah. Ta-da! We might be able to hit that crystal right there. Okay, our glider's gonna break. Oh, yeah, real soon. Swap that out real fast. Before we wind up dead. I can't build here. Well, that just sucks. Well, that bites dog buttholes. All right then, we'll just glide our way back over here. Wait, which way are we going? Going one, we got to go west. So, got to go over here. And I just saw an air current marker right there, so that's good. We like the air current markers. They are quite helpful. Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Running up the hills, running up the hills. At least this running simulator's a little funnier than DayZ. Okay, so take all that back in the form of sticks. And I need to make sure I'm headed in the right direction. Yeah? Yeah, there's gotta be one directly west. So over there in that green patch somewhere, there is a tower. Oh, that slow render is horrendous, though. And I gotta say, kind of a pain in the ass. Damn it. Hit it too hard. I smacked the rock too hard. Oh, yep, I was right. There's air current right there. Means there's probably another one around here somewhere. Elevator. Oh, it doesn't go very high though, does it? Oh, but there are more air currents over here. Where is the tower? Unknown. The unknown tower. Honeycomb. E. I have uh ooh. Just glad I can help you and your sisters. Doesn't really do anything for me to do that anymore, but it is kind of cool to be able to do it and show that you can do it, and that's what happens in here. Not always do I have, exactly what they're looking for on me. What is down here? Hello? That was weird. That's gotta be like a deer or something stuck under the map. Oh man, that's way south of us. So, oh, there it is right there. Oh, so it is up over the mountainside. Okay. Not a big deal. Hello? That was weird. That don't normally happen. That is not what I wanted. Oops, wrong button. Oopsie. Um, yeah, 45. That works. I'll just keep building it one square at a time. Oops. Oops. Yeah. However many that is. However many that is, I don't know. And then it gives you a parquet floor. Oh, I want to build it out of stick permanently. Stop. But we'll go back to it after we climb this hillside. Oh, it's such an effort. Oh, some of these terrains are just insane. Insane in the terrain. Insane in the train. Oh. There we go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 per. Building weird bridges. Okay. Not really what I want there. That's not what I wanted either. Hmm. Okay. Well, so. And we will get up there as high as we can. Fortnite building mechanics. Sorta. Oh, we're now too close. We are at the verge. We're on the verge. Oh, that's cool looking down there. That's cool looking. Sheesh. My poor guy runs like he's got a crap on deck. Like he's gonna poop in his pants. Ta-da! Okay, that opened that area up. All right. You know. Looks like that one is the next point. Oh, and I see it there to the left. To the left, to the left. I see a red one right there. That will be that one right there. So we can try to make it to that mesa right there. I know we can't glide that far, but it would be nice if we could. Leave my broken wing behind. Actually, take that. Because it's a food. That right there. That and that. Get rid of that. That down. That down. Goes in the garbage. There we go. Basic bitch glider. Oh, the clouds are getting dark, like it's gonna be a meteor storm. Ah. Climbing the hillsides. Spider dude. Spider dude. Going everywhere 'cause we're spider dude. Oh, that's garbage. Damn it. Hmm. Floating air bridges. Put the glasses back on. You'll go blind if you don't wear your glasses. Oh, and there's another one right there. But we kind of need to work our way back over this direction. I think we'll do this one and then we'll turn and go southwest. Southwest. So there'll be something over that way. Even though the next one is right there, but ring. Hmm. Ah, another one. Right there. There'll be another one somewhere right around here, I think. But we will make for that mesa as best we can. And go up onto that one. Yeah, boy. Ah, jumped over it. I jumped over it. No. I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Do this. Okay, now yeah, there we go. That's much faster than just building one square at a time. I can tell you that much right now. Oh, yeah. Way faster. Use your clipboard. Using the clipboard. Wait, do I do? Yeah. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. There it is, down there in the fog. Coming in like a missile. Oh, yeah. Oh, oh, back. Oh, terrible posture streamer. Oh, God. Horrible, horrible posture. Ugh. You know what? We're going to put on some alien encounter stories tonight. I'm feeling the alien encounters things. We'll start off with this one. It looks interesting.
With these words, he led his army against Mithridates, having 20,000 foot soldiers and 2,500 horsemen. But when he had come within sight of the enemy and seen with amazement their multitude, he desired to refrain from battle and draw out the time. But presently, as they were on the point of joining battle, with no apparent change of weather, but all on a sudden, the sky burst asunder, and a huge, flame-like body was seen to fall between the two armies. In shape, it was most like a wine jar, and in colour, like molten silver. Both sides were astonished at the sight, and separated. This marvel, as they say, occurred in Phrygia, at a place called Otriae. This video is sponsored by Magellan TV.
Question: where was the oldest discovered intentional human burial found? Was it A. Shanidar Cave in Iraq, B.
This week is one of Magellan's new documentary societies. Documentaries all by clicking on the link in the description. In the month of April 14,
I'm getting paid by
1561,
Magellan,
at
so we're not
daybreak,
gonna
between 4 and
advertise for
5 a.m., a dreadful apparition occurred on the sun. And this was seen in Nuremberg, in the city, before the gates and in the country, by many men and women. At first, there appeared in the middle of the sun 2 blood-red semicircular arcs, just like the moon in the last quarter. Above and below and on both sides of the sun, the colour was blood, and in the sun there stood a round ball of partly dull, partly black, ferrous colour. In between these globes there were visible a few blood-red crosses, between which there were blood-red strips, becoming thicker to the rear and in the front malleable, like the rods of reed grass. These all started to fight among themselves. The globes flew back and forth among themselves and fought vehemently with each other for over an hour. And when the conflict in and out of the sun was most intense, they became fatigued to such an extent that they all, as said above, fell from the sun down upon the earth, as if they all burned, and they then wasted away on the earth with immense smoke. After all this, there was something like a black spear, very long and thick-sighted. The shaft pointed to the east, the point pointed west. Whatever such signs mean, God alone knows. Although we have seen, shortly one after another, many kinds of signs under heaven, which are sent to us by the Almighty God to bring us to repentance, we still are, unfortunately, so ungrateful we despise such high signs and miracles of God. The God-fearing will by no means discard these signs, but will take it to heart as a warning of their merciful Father in heaven, will mend their lives and faithfully beg God that he may avert his wrath, including the well-deserved punishment on us, so that we may temporarily hear and perpetually there live as his children. This year, one James Everell, a sober, discreet man, and 2 others, saw a great light in the night at Muddy River. When it stood still, it flamed up and was about 3 yards square. When it ran, it was contracted into the figure of a swine. It ran as swift as an arrow towards Charlton, and so up and down about 2 or 3 hours. They came down in their lighter about a mile, and when it was all over, the men found themselves carried quite back against the tide to the place they came from. Diverse other credible persons saw the same light, after, at about the same place. On February the 22nd, 1803, local fishermen of the Hariadori shore in Hitachi province saw an ominous ship drifting in the waters. Curious, they towed the vessel back to land, discovering that it was 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, reminding the witnesses of a kohako. Its upper part appeared to be made of red-coated rosewood, while the lower part was covered with brazen plates, obviously to protect it against sharp-edged rocks. The upper part had several windows made of glass or crystal, covered with bars and clogged with some kind of tree resin. The windows were completely transparent, and the baffled fishermen looked inside. The inner side of the Utsurobune was decorated with texts, written in an unknown language. The fisherman found items inside such as 2 bedsheets, a bottle filled with 3.5 liters of water, some cake, and kneaded meat. Then, the fisherman saw a beautiful young woman, possibly 18 or 20 years old. Her body size was said to be 1.5 meters. The woman had red hair and eyebrows, the hair elongated by artificial white extensions. The extensions could have been made of white fur or thin, white powdered textile streaks. This hairstyle cannot be found in any literature. The skin of the lady was a very pale pink colour. She wore precious, long and smooth clothes of unknown fabrics. The woman began speaking, but no one understood her. She did not seem to understand the fisherman either, so no one could ask her about her origin. Although the mysterious woman appeared friendly and courteous, she acted oddly, for she always clutched a quadratic box made of pale material and around 0.5 meter in size. The woman did not allow anyone to touch the box, no matter how kindly or pressingly the witnesses asked. An old man from the village said, "This woman could be a princess of a foreign realm, who married at her homeland. But when she had an affair with a townsman after marriage, it caused a scandal, and the lover was killed for punishment. The princess was banned from home, for she enjoyed lots of sympathy, so she escaped the death penalty. Instead, she might have been exposed in that Utsurobune to leave her to destiny. If this should be correct, the quadratic box may contain the head of the woman's deceased lover." In the past, a very similar object with a woman was washed ashore on a close-by beach. During the incident, a small board with a pinned head was found. The contents of the box could therefore be the same, which would certainly explain why she protects it so much. It would afford lots of money and time to investigate the woman and her boat. Since it seems to be tradition to expose these boats at sea, we should bring the woman back to the Utsurobune and let her drift away. From human sight it might be cruel, but it seems to be her predetermined destiny. And so, the fishermen reassembled the Utsurobune, placed the woman in it, and set it to drift away into the ocean. Someone must be operating an airship in this portion of the state. Twice within the past 6 weeks it has been seen by reliable residents of Oakland, and on each occasion it has presented the same appearance. 6 weeks ago, a young lady was riding a wheel on Telegraph Avenue when she saw a strange-looking object in the sky. It appeared to descend gradually, but regularly, as though under perfect control, and it disappeared in the direction of San Francisco. Another witness to the visit of the airship is Selby Yost, a member of the Oakland Guard. He was a little behind time and was taking his car towards Piedmont, trying to recover the few minutes he was behind. As he passed 30th Street, a little boy stood in the road and cried, "Gee whiz, what's that?" The passengers heard it and immediately looked at the direction in the sky where the boy was pointing. They had no difficulty in seeing the airship. "When I looked ahead," said Mr. Yost today, "I was mystified. And I may as well confess I was. I don't like to admit to myself that I had suddenly gone crazy, but really for a moment I did wonder if my senses had abandoned me. The most peculiar feature of it was a powerful headlight, and another light which seemed to be in the bottom of the machine and to shine
These are
directly
historical
at the earth.
UFO
It came into view
contacts,
from the
by the
direction
way.
of East Oakland, passing over Piedmont, and according to the story of the passengers, seemed to descend in such a manner as to indicate that it would land somewhere in San Francisco. It was the most uncanny-looking thing I ever saw, and I am at a loss now to convince myself that I actually saw it. Many of the passengers took up their morning newspapers today expecting to see a full description of the peculiar object that they had seen so plainly, and were surprised and disappointed to find no report whatsoever. It is the prevalent opinion that someone in Alameda or neighboring counties has solved the problem of flying in the air and has been for some weeks putting his experiment to a practical test.
Oops. Well, at least they don't freak out like people do nowadays. Very interesting how things get described differently nowadays. Wow, a lot of stuff is owned by the History Channel. Let's see what this one is.
The date is late December 1980, and U.S. military forces have to investigate. The year is 1976. An Iranian F-4 Phantom fighter jet engages an unidentified flying object. The UFO is projecting multicolored strobe lights when suddenly it releases an object that shoots toward the Iranian pilots. The pilot gets a lock on the object, but before it can be destroyed, the plane's weapons and communication systems go down. The pilot takes immediate evasive actions. Fast forward to the 2000s, Iranian F-14 Tomcats engage another UFO. This time there are casualties. The UFO evades the fighter jets and flies out of the atmosphere at Mach 10. It would seem that Iran
Mach
and UFOs
10?
have an interesting history together. When you hear stories of unidentified flying objects, you may imagine a flying saucer or little green aliens. Not only that, but the person who's giving the account seems to always be someone who's not quite all there. They tend to have their crazy hair and wild eyes, but the UFO accounts from Iran are detailed and provided by respected military personnel. The information comes from the eyewitness accounts and classified documents that have been leaked to the public. The first contact between a UFO and the Iranian military occurred in 1976 above the city of Tehran. It was a cool desert night. There were no clouds in the sky. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like an oasis in a black desert. The sound of shopkeepers closing up their stalls for the night filled the air. Then, suddenly, the skies over Tehran lit up. It was just after midnight on September 19th. Tehran residents began telephoning the local airport, frantically relaying the same message. They were seeing bright lights in the sky. The lights seemed to hover in place and then move rapidly to a different location. It was as if the lights were looking for something, or someone. The military and airport personnel checked the radar, but nothing showed up. General Yousefi, the man in charge of the airfield, stepped outside and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, he saw the bright lights for himself. He witnessed the lights jetting across the sky. They looked like shooting stars being controlled by some unseen entity. He scrambled back into the airport and found his best pilots to investigate further. General Yousefi ordered Lieutenant Yadi Nazari and a backseat weapons officer to take off and have a look at the object in the sky. It was time to get up close and personal. The F-4 Phantom fighter plane took off at 1:30 a.m. and leveled off at the altitude of the unidentified object. Upon approach, the F-4 lost all navigational instruments and communications. The dials and screens in the aircraft went haywire. Nazari was flying only using his instincts and what he could see. He kept his eyes on the UFO and his aircraft pointed at the horizon. Nazari made the decision it was too dangerous to continue this way and was forced to turn around and return to base. As soon as the plane began moving away from the UFO, the instruments came back online. It was as if the UFO had some sort of electronics jammer. A second F-4 Phantom was launched at 1:40 a.m., piloted by Lieutenant Parvez Jafari. He approached the UFO and acquired a radar lock. This meant that there was definitely something tangible in the sky. The UFO was a solid mass that reflected the radar and therefore couldn't have been ball lightning or any form of pure energy. Upon getting closer to the UFO, Jafari reported that its lights were alternating in color from blue, green, red, and orange. They were strobing so quickly that they almost appeared to be solid. The UFO began to move south and Jafari pursued the vessel. All of a sudden, the UFO stopped in midair. It just sat there unmoving, as if the law of gravity was a force that it could choose to obey or not. Jafari veered around and stopped the aircraft so he wouldn't collide with it. He turned his jet back around and headed back toward the unidentified vessel at a slower speed. On the return approach by Jafari, something even stranger happened. The UFO dropped a bright object out from its main hull. Jafari reported that the object was headed straight for him and his F-4 Phantom, and it looked like a torpedo made of light. He attempted to lock onto the incoming projectile with his AIM-9 Sidewinder infrared-guided missiles, but just after getting a lock, he lost all communications with his weapons console. Jafari was forced to take evasive actions and turn away from the projectile. He jammed the flight stick to the side. The F-4 did a barrel roll and avoided the incoming object. Jafari leveled off again, and when he turned back to look for the object shot at him, Jafari said he saw the device reverse course and rejoin the main UFO. It then seemed to dock with the mothership. Jafari then witnessed another bright object coming out of the main UFO and descending straight down toward the ground. It left a bright trail of light as it descended. The ambient light lit up an area of around 3 kilometers. Then, as if it were done with its business it came to Iran to conduct, the UFO accelerated and shot out of the atmosphere. Jafari watched as the strobing lights faded into the night sky. As the F-4 Phantom prepared to land, it experienced more communication and navigational failures. Upon further investigation, a commercial airliner in the area also reported communication failures at the same time as Jafari, but the airliner did not see the UFO. Ground troops were sent to recover the fallen object, but as they approached the area, their equipment started to malfunction. No trace of whatever the UFO shot toward the ground was ever found, as far as we know. Approximately 3 decades went by without any reports from Iran about UFOs in their airspace. Then, in 2004, strange aircraft were once again encountered by the Iranian Air Force. At this time, Iran was still using a few F-14 Tomcats that they'd purchased from America before the revolution. The Iranian military used the Tomcats to protect their nuclear facilities. Considered one of the most successful fighter jets ever built, its speed, maneuverability, and weapon capabilities make it an aircraft to be feared and respected. The encounter in 2004 went something like this. An alarm was raised when the unidentified flying object was picked up on radar. The UFO was in airspace above one of Iran's nuclear facilities. Fighter pilots ran to their jets. Mechanics shouted at one another as they prepared planes for takeoff. The pilots were secured in the cockpits by the support crew, and the hatch was sealed. The only contact with the outside world was through their helmet. Pure oxygen was being pumped into the face mask to keep them alert. Over their comms, head military personnel were barking orders. An attack on our nuclear facilities could be incoming. We need planes in the air now, the commander shouted. The Iranian pilots flickered the afterburner switch on the engine controls. The F-14 Tomcats accelerated off the runway and into the black sky as flames shot out of the back of their jet engines. As they reached Mach 2, the sonic booms could be heard throughout the desert below. The Iranian military launched 8 F-14s, 8 F-4 Phantoms, and 2 large reconnaissance aircraft to intercept the UFO. The task force encountered objects that they'd claim had astonishing flight characteristics. One of the F-14 Tomcats tried to lock on to the brightly shining objects, only to have his radar disrupted. The pilot who was tracking the object described it as being spherical and having a green afterburn. It was recorded that whatever engines were producing the green aura were leaving considerable amounts of turbulence behind them. It was like flying through a lightning storm. The plane shook and convulsed uncontrollably. The task force swung out of the turbulent wake of the UFO and tried to flank it from the sides. Before they could get into position, the spherical object shot off like a comet, leaving a tail of green light behind as it exited the atmosphere. The eerie glow was ingrained into the minds of the pilots who were in the task force that day. The Iranian Air Force remained on high alert for any further UFO activity after the 2004 event. Then, in 2012, another strange phenomena occurred. A UFO was spotted in Iranian airspace. It did not show up on radar at first, but then all of a sudden a blip appeared. It was like the ship was cloaked and had just appeared out of thin air. The military scrambled to the F-14s and pursued the vessel, but then tragedy struck. As one of the F-14s took off, it exploded in midair. The aircraft was consumed in a fireball. The smoldering metal fell from the sky and landed in the sands below. Some accounts claim that the UFO attacked the F-14 right after it took off, perhaps using laser beams or a highly advanced weapon that ignited the fuel in the plane's tanks. Both of the crewmen in the plane were killed instantly. Reports by the Iranian government seem to suggest that the UFO had something to do with the mishap, but it's unclear the role the unidentified aircraft played in the catastrophe. Other F-14s flew after the unidentified object. Every time they tried to get a lock on the UFO, their armament systems would malfunction. The dull green light of their screens would appear to be working perfectly one moment, and as soon as a lock was achieved, everything went black. The pilots would try rebooting the systems mid-flight, but nothing seemed to work. The UFO quickly outpaced the F-14 Tomcats as it reached Mach 10, a speed faster than any aircraft currently produced can fly. It was almost like the UFO was toying with the F-14s. With the afterburners, the Tomcats pursued their enemy at a top speed of just over Mach 2. This is 1,534 miles per hour. The encounter ended similarly to the one in 2004. The UFO shot out of the atmosphere with a glowing tail of exhaust behind it. Each of the unexplained encounters recorded incredible capabilities of the UFOs. In all three cases, radar was jammed and weapon systems malfunctioned when the UFO was present. It seems that once the UFO left the general area, the instruments started to work properly again. You have to wonder what whoever was controlling the UFO was after. Their radar jamming capabilities seem highly sophisticated, yet they still allowed the Iranian military to know that they were there. Was it an accident all three times? Or was the UFO testing Iran's Air Force capabilities? Another common factor between the encounters was that the UFOs all left the atmosphere after encountering the Iranian aircraft. They seemed to launch away at Mach 10, which is 10 times the speed of sound, or 7,612 miles per hour. The closest any known human aircraft has got.
That kind of makes you wonder, are they testing anything, or are they like teenagers cow tipping the local farms? They're coming out cow tipping, basically fucking with the local wildlife. Is that what they're doing? They come down, they fuck with the locals, and then take off like teenagers on a weekend? Is that what they're doing?
To that speed was Mach 9.68. This was achieved by a NASA experimental hypersonic aircraft called the X-43. And why did they shoot out the atmosphere instead of just leaving Iranian airspace? Was there some other vessel waiting for them in orbit around the Earth? Was there a large mothership waiting to launch to light speed once the reconnaissance ships returned? All of the accounts also mention the UFO hovering, which means that they could remain in the air with a velocity of 0. The massive acceleration it would take to go from 0 to Mach 10 in seconds is not possible with our current technology. All of the UFOs were also described as luminous objects. They emitted some kind of light, whether it was the strobes from '76 or the green afterburn glow of the 2000s. Could the lights be some sort of undiscovered propulsion from an advanced alien race? Or is there a country on Earth that's discovered an advanced propulsion system that the public is unaware of? There are several theories as to what the UFOs might have been. Iran has claimed that they were secret United States spy planes. They've also suggested that the aircraft were state-of-the-art drones that the U.S. military was using to spy on Iran. However, the United States does not have the technology or capability for achieving Mach 10. It also seems unlikely that a spy aircraft would emit bright lights that would give it.
I don't think the human body can take that kind of pressure.
Is there any evidence to support that aliens have a special interest in Iranian nuclear sites? At this point in time, all we know is that on 3 separate occasions, skilled Iranian Air Force pilots encountered unidentified flying objects with advanced technological capabilities. There seems to be no definitive explanation for the UFOs encountered by Iranian military personnel. Whether the United States has advanced secret technology or Iran has encountered extraterrestrial UFOs, the 3 events still remain a mystery to this day. The first attack was an EMP blast that covered nearly the whole of North America, plunging the world's sole superpower into the darkness of the late Industrial Revolution. Power systems across the U.S. were immediately knocked out, and nearly every community in the nation was plunged into darkness. A few special places, mostly military facilities, managed to either avoid the worst of the EMP blast through a quirk of the terrain or were hardened against it. Civilian planes dropped out of the sky, their onboard electronics completely fried. Military jets, however, continued to be operational, as were the U.S.'s large fleet of ground combat vehicles, all of which had been designed for a war on a nuclear battlefield against the Soviet Union or Russia. High up in the atmosphere, the EMP blast simply wasn't close enough to destroy the electronics on their shielded hardware. The U.S. had had a few weeks to prepare, though, and almost immediately engineering crews moved into position to fix what power systems they could. Restoring the entire national grid would take years, so their efforts were focused on critical civilian and military infrastructure. Even then, it would be weeks at minimum before power could be restored to even a tiny fraction of the U.S. The alien spacecraft had been observed a little over a month and a half ago, first drawing the curiosity of astronomers using computers to search the night sky. The computers noticed the tiny dip in starlight as the giant craft crossed space and blocked out stars behind it. And soon, Deep Space Reconnaissance Radar was turned onto the phenomenon, confirming that a solid object was indeed on an intercept course with Earth. Any doubts on the object's true nature were squashed a few days later when the object began decelerating from its current speed at 5% the speed of light. Now, with the object parked in high orbit over the Earth, the President of the United States, along with the Joint Chiefs and his top advisors, discussed their strategy for repelling a hostile invasion of the Earth by an alien species. The first to speak is the Chief Science Advisor, confirming that the EMP pulse was an expected first strike option against the United States, which as the world's sole superpower was the likeliest target to be struck first. The advisor then pulls up images of the object made by combining direct visual observation from ground telescopes and radar telemetry, revealing a long cylinder shape with a giant, almost mushroom-style dome at the front. The advisor points at the dome.
I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back.
Space at very high speeds. The Joint Chiefs are confused. How exactly is this strange feature of the spacecraft good news? The advisor clears his throat and explains. Reaching velocities of a few percentage points of the speed of light is something well within our grasp today. But the biggest problem is shielding a spacecraft from debris encountered in space. At such incredibly high speeds, a pebble can strike a spacecraft with the force of hundreds of tons of TNT. And while debris is extremely rare in the vacuum of space, it is not non-existent. Therefore, a large shield at the front of a large thin spacecraft is the best way to shield your vehicle. And because this is how we would do it, the advisor explains, then this means that our alien invaders' technology cannot be too far ahead of our own. We have a fighting chance. The men and women who will decide the fate of the United States and possibly the Earth all look around the room at each other. A chance, any chance, is more than they'd hoped for. The advisor once more clears his throat. Because their technology isn't too far advanced from ours and they obviously want our planet intact, since they're reluctant to simply drop asteroids on our head from orbit, then I have a plan to win this war. Let me explain. A day after the EMP blast, ground-based radar confirms activity along the main body of the spacecraft. Several components are detaching from it and breaking up into smaller objects, transport craft of some sort. Some, though, are obviously combat craft, as these move to new orbits. The US military, however, has already guessed what the aliens might do next, and they're ready. From several hundred miles up, metal rods half the size of telephone poles rain down on military installations across the US. The rods pack no explosives, instead relying on the kinetic energy of their fall from space to deliver devastation on the scale of mankind's largest non-nuclear weapons. Military airfields, hangars, command and control nodes, supply depots, metal rods rain down on these and other strategic targets, completely obliterating them. But the US was ready, and following protocols established long ago for a nuclear war, had already widely dispersed its personnel and equipment. Many military aircraft and ground combat vehicles are destroyed in the attack, but many more survive, widely dispersed into the surrounding areas and on the thousands of civilian and makeshift airfields all across the US. As the attack takes place, the president and his advisors, secure in an underground bunker over a mile deep, monitor the situation through dozens of redundant command and control networks. The US's plans for a nuclear showdown with the Soviet Union have created one of the most resilient nations on Earth. The science advisor predicted this attack and works to reassure his fellow colleagues. Because the aliens aren't too far advanced from us, he explains, they have many of the same limitations in space travel that we do, even if they are much better at dealing with them than us. The economy of space travel makes moving large amounts of equipment, like an invasion fleet, extremely expensive, so the aliens are dealing with very limited assets. Our plan for victory is to simply bleed the aliens dry, making an invasion of our nation so expensive in terms of manpower and resources that the aliens are unable to continue the fight, or it simply isn't worth it anymore. The plan is solid. After all, the aliens have had to bring everything to invade our world with them, including their troops, while we here on Earth can regenerate every soldier killed on the spot. The war will be of one long, ongoing resistance. The aliens may be limited in resources due to having to ferry them across interstellar space, but they're still much superior to our own forces. The US military thus makes the best use of its assets in the short time that it'll still be able to before they're inevitably destroyed. Within hours of the kinetic strikes, the troop transports and combat aircraft begin to enter the atmosphere. Here, with their sensors blinded by the incredible heat of re-entry, is humanity's best chance at striking with all available air and missile forces. All across the world, combat aircraft and air defense batteries move into action. Over the skies of the U.S., squadrons of F-22s, F-35s, F-16s, and every other plane capable of taking on an interceptor role move in to intercept the incoming alien spacecraft. Heat-guided ground-based interceptors fire in large volleys, guided to their targets by the unmistakable heat signature of the alien spacecraft entering the Earth's atmosphere. The combat aircraft is next, firing radar and heat-guided missiles in rapid succession at swarms of alien craft screaming through the atmosphere. The president had considered using nuclear weapons, but was talked down by his advisors. The aliens had yet to use weapons of mass destruction, and using a nuke may well be an invitation to a type of war the Earth couldn't hope to win. Conventional weapons are having a spectacular effect on the incoming alien craft, though, and cheers erupt in the president's secure facility as the reports trickle in from all over the U.S. Moving at such high speeds, the superior alien craft simply can't avoid the incoming volleys, or they'd risk tearing themselves apart. And despite whatever type of propulsion or radar-absorbent materials they may be using, the signature of incoming spacecraft at high speeds moving through the atmosphere is almost too easy a target for Earth's weapons. The victory, however, is extremely short-lived. America's combat pilots were warned to immediately break off their attacks once the spacecraft punched through the atmosphere, but for many it's still too late. Now within the atmosphere, the alien combat aircraft easily outmaneuver and outrun even America's best fighter craft. The casualties are in the hundreds within minutes. Next, the combat aircraft strike at air defense batteries all over the U.S., easily destroying any they encounter and calling in orbital strikes on those they can't reach. More metal rods from space obliterate air defense batteries across America, though their crews are long gone. The aliens now rule not just space, but the skies too. With alien transports discouraging combat troops by the thousands, America's ground response is mostly infantry-based. With space firmly in the aliens' grasp, more kinetic strikes would easily obliterate large formations of armored vehicles. For the first time in modern history, the United States doesn't rule the skies, and has to fight much in the same way its adversaries have. In some places, though, commanders are able to maneuver combat vehicles to within very close range of the enemy. Hugging the enemy, so to speak, forces the aliens to not use kinetic strikes for fear of hitting their own troops. Forced to ferry all of their invasion equipment from space, the alien forces are fielding very few combat vehicles of their own, despite their infantry weapons being superior to man's. Without combat vehicles, American Abrams tanks and M2 Bradleys decimate alien forces when they encounter them. No matter their level of technology, even aliens must obey the laws of physics, and despite their advanced construction, the anti-tank silver bullet rounds of an Abrams or lethal missiles of a Bradley are extremely effective against the alien vehicles. Once more, though, victories are short-lived, as alien air forces who now have uncontested dominance of the sky do the job of close air support that orbital kinetic strikes simply can't do. The aliens' numbers build by the day, and by the end of the week, they've disgorged several million troops on U.S. soil. Then the shuttle flights slow down considerably, with the ability to only bring a limited number of troops and equipment across the vast distances of space. The aliens have clearly disgorged nearly all of their combat assets. Their advanced technology will make up the shortfall in personnel, or at least that was the plan. The aliens hail from a planet 100 light years from Earth, making their observations of our planet 100 years old. And their invasion plans are based on fighting a civilization whose planet exhibited the techno-signature of a late industrial age civilization. Then, moving at 5% the speed of light, it took the invasion fleet another 20 years to arrive. That means the best knowledge the aliens had on Earth's level of technology was based on distant observations of the Earth in the year 1900, when the most advanced techno-signature detectable was weak radio transmissions. Now they face humanity armed with automatic machine guns, man-portable anti-tank missiles, electronic warfare suites, and extremely stealthy combat drones. The war of occupation is indeed costly, but the technological disparity still favors the aliens. To offset their lack of manpower, the aliens turn to manufacturing combat drones of their own, who can quickly self-replicate and overwhelm human forces. Within a week, the conventional war is over, and the US military is roundly defeated, unable to fight any longer. This is when Phase 2 of the US's victory plan over the aliens takes effect. Seasoned combat troops are ordered to disperse widely into the countryside, taking with them as much military equipment as they can carry. American Special Forces operatives are amongst those ordered to flee for the wilderness or the ruins of cities, and there they link up with other military personnel and civilian survivors. Special Forces operators initiate Phase 2 and begin training surviving combat troops and civilians in the art of resistance. American forces are taught to hide from and fight a technologically superior enemy, the same way that the Taliban and the Viet Cong resisted U.S. might. A guerrilla war begins overnight, with American survivors striking at alien supply depots and personnel barracks. The goal is simple: destroy as much equipment as possible and kill as many aliens as possible so that the invasion becomes too costly in terms of lives and finances to continue. The guerrilla resistance lasts for years, despite horrific losses incurred by the human survivors. Yet humanity can quickly replace its losses, though it does mean that the traditional societal norms of relationships have to be temporarily redefined. Men and women cannot have a single sexual partner and must have multiple in order to ensure genetic diversity, and healthy women must produce children as often as possible. The losses incurred by human guerrillas are staggering and must be replaced. The aliens, on the other hand, must travel 20 years to bring fresh troops into the fight, and each individual soldier transported over 100 light years of space cost their civilization a small fortune. The first wave of reinforcements cost the aliens as much as the entire economic output of Earth over an entire decade. There is no second wave of reinforcements. The trip is too long, the cost far too great. Even a rescue mission to their forces stranded on Earth would be too expensive and come far too late. What aliens are able to retreat back to their orbiting spacecraft, but most simply surrender to human forces. For Earth, the cost has been staggering, and humanity has gone from a population of almost 8 billion to just over 1 billion. But the war has been won. Earth is free of invaders for the first time in 30 years, and the survivors can once more rebuild their shattered nations. Much as it has many times before, humanity will rise from the ashes, and should the aliens send another invasion force in the future, they'll meet a planet armed with their own advanced technology, reverse engineered for human use, and determined to remain free. The date is late December 1980, and U.S. military forces have been invited to Britain on behalf of the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. After the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan the year before, all of NATO is on edge, and U.S. troop presence in Europe has been increased as a precaution. The U.S. Air Force and the Royal Air Force both operate two air bases known as Woodbridge and Bentwaters, home to several squadrons of fighters, bombers, and, unknown to the public, a small stockpile of American nuclear weapons meant to be employed against the Soviet Union in case of war. Strange lights have been reported in the sky by both military and civilian personnel over the preceding few weeks, but nobody's paid much attention to them, being explained away as military aircraft or simple meteors. Deputy Base Commander Colonel Charles Halt, however, has been witness to these objects and is troubled by his or any of his staff's inability to explain their presence. He resolves to investigate the phenomenon if an opportunity ever presents itself. He would not have to wait long. On the night of December 26th, the U.S. Air Force Security Police noticed strange lights in the forest outside the small airbase. The lights seemed to fluctuate as they moved through the treetops, and the airmen feared that an aircraft has suffered some form of malfunction. They radio for permission to investigate the site, which is off base and technically outside of their jurisdiction as American Security Police. Nonetheless, fearing a serious emergency with a military or civilian aircraft, the airmen are given permission. 4 security policemen thus set off into the forest to investigate, though one of them is convinced that there's been no crash, as he believes he saw the lights actually land safely on the forest floor. This security policeman, Staff Sergeant Bud Stevens, refuses to leave the base perimeter and investigate the site, terrified by what he believes he had seen. Airman First Class Cabansag, Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and Airman First Class John Burroughs thus drive into the forest alone. It's not long before they spot a bright, shining light coming through the trees. They attempt to follow it with their vehicle but are unable to due to the difficult terrain, and are forced to proceed on foot. As they move closer to the mysterious light, though, the radios begin to malfunction, so Sergeant Peniston orders Airman Cabasang to remain by the vehicle where the radios are unaffected so he can relay back to Central Security Control if need be. The 2 airmen notice that animals on a nearby farm seem to be in a highly agitated state, further setting the men on edge as they continue forward through the thick brush. Radio comms, even back to Cabasang barely 100 meters away, completely fail, and Sergeant Peniston orders Airman Burroughs to head back to the tree line so he can maintain a radio link back to Cabasang. Burroughs, however, is so afraid that he refuses to leave Sergeant Peniston's company, and the two continue on together. Now just 50 meters away, the men get a look at the source of the light. It's a metallic object, glowing brightly and causing the air to be charged with electricity. The men's hairs start to stand on end as they approach even closer, making out more details of the luminous object. Despite the light, the skin of the craft seems to be black and metallic, and is triangular in shape, measuring 3 meters in width and 2 in height, roughly the size of a tank. White light seems to be emitted from both the top and bottom, with flashing blue and red lights along the side of it. Sergeant Peniston uses a camera he's brought with him to snap photos of the object and notices that there seems to be no seams, rivets, or other signs of manufactured origin. It's as if the entire craft was made out of one solid piece of metal. Touching the object with his hand, he's surprised to find it warm, and as he slides his hand along the smooth metal, discovers a series of raised symbols etched along the left side. As he moves his hand along the symbols, though, something incredible happens. The craft emits a blinding white light, causing the men to stumble backwards. Sergeant Peniston is so afraid the craft is going to explode that he ducks for cover behind a thick oak tree. Suddenly, the craft is completely engulfed in white light and lifts up off the ground, quickly shooting through the trees and up into the night sky. The men immediately report back to base and are told they have misidentified some natural phenomenon. Peniston, however, has kept detailed notes of the entire encounter in his logbook, which he presents at the debriefing. The men are told simply to forget what they think they saw. The photos taken are confiscated and never seen again. Base Deputy Commander Colonel Charles Halt hears about the UFO when he returns to the base the following morning. He orders Airman Cabasang to report to his office and debriefs him personally. But with no further evidence, the case remains a curiosity and nothing more. Until just 24 hours later, Colonel Halt is at a party attended by both British and American officers when he receives a call. The UFO is back. Halt wastes no time and immediately leaves the party, assembling a patrol to investigate the sighted craft once more and hopefully report it. Upon entering the forest, Halt and his men discover that other patrols have already arrived, but are experiencing difficulties with the electronics in their patrol vehicles and their radios. Nobody has seen the exact whereabouts of the craft, however, so Halt takes his team toward the original landing location from 2 nights ago. As they
had
arrive, they
soup.
spot a glowing red object
I had
moving
the
through the
soup.
forest ahead of them. Halt, who is carrying a mini tape recorder, begins making notes as he observes the craft.
You saw light where? Where? Right on this position here, straight ahead, in between the tree. There it is again. Watch, straight ahead off my flash right there. There it is. Hey, I see it too. What is it? We don't know, sir. So can I get some? Yeah, it's a strange, small red light. Looks to be out maybe a quarter to half mile, maybe further out. I'm gonna switch off. The light is gone now. It was approximately 120 degrees from the site. Is it back again? Yes, sir.
As the men investigate the light in the distance, they notice that the farm animals nearby, which had been going crazy, seem to have quieted down, as if something was terrifying them into silence. Undaunted, the men push on and run straight into a flashing red light directly ahead of them.
We just found the first night bird we've seen. We're about 150 or 200 yards from the site. Everything else is just deathly calm. There is no doubt about it. There's some type of strange flashing red light ahead. It's yellow. I saw a yellow tinge in it too. Weird. It appears to be
Weird.
It's brighter than it has been. It's coming this way. It is definitely coming this way. Pieces of it are shooting off. There is no doubt about it. This is weird. To the left. Yeah, definitely to the left. Two lights. One light to the front, one light to the left. Keep the flashlights off.
The men spot the light moving slowly toward them and incredibly splitting off what appears to be chunks of molten metal as the light moves. Undaunted, the American airmen move toward the light again.
Let's approach to the edge of the woods up there. Can you undo without lights? Let's do it carefully. Come on. Okay, we're looking at the thing. We're probably about 200 to 300 yards away. It looks like an eye winking at you. It's still moving from side to side. And when you put the star scope on it, it sort of has a hollow center, a dark center. It's like a pupil of an eye looking at you and winking. And the flash is so bright to the star scope that it almost burns your eye.
Colonel Halt and his men move toward the light, and to conserve tape, the colonel stops recording. The men push through the woods and cross a small creek, when incredibly, they spot not one, but multiple lights.
We passed the farmer's house and across into the next field. Now we have multiple sightings of up to 5 lights with a similar shape and all, but they seem to be steady now rather than a pulsating or glow with a red flash. We just crossed the creek, and we're getting all kind of readings now. Getting 3 good clicks on the
meter and we're seeing strange lights in the sky.
As the men watch, they suddenly spot numerous lights, almost as if they've been lured into the midst of their own personal light show.
0315, now we've got an object about 10 degrees directly south, 10 degrees off the horizon. And the ones to the north are moving, one's moving away from us. Moving out fast. This one on the right heading away too. Yeah, we're both heading north. Okay, here he comes from the south. He's coming toward us now. Now we're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground. This is unreal.
Incredibly, one of the craft seems to emit a beam of light that lights the ground a few dozen meters in front of the men. On the recording, the other men with Colonel Halt can be heard excitedly cursing and muttering in fear when the colonel stops the tape again. By now, he's had enough and believes he and his men may be in danger, so he orders them to return to the base. Incredibly, the lights continue to put on their light show, with one even flying over the air base and being spotted by the colonel and his men beaming a light down to an unspecified location on the base. Shortly after the incident, the British Ministry of Defense and the United States Office of Special Investigations conducted an investigation into the incident, declaring that there existed nothing of any notable concern that had occurred that night. Many, including Colonel Halt himself, believe the governments of the United States and Great Britain covered up the incident and suppressed much of the evidence, though the colonel's own recording was kept safe and released to the public in the 2000s. Much of the physical evidence, such as indentations at the landing site and radiation counts recorded by Colonel Halt and his team, would be explained away as being nothing more than rabbit burrows or normal background radiation spikes. However, if we're to believe Colonel Halt's version of the events, then this might be nothing more than disinformation meant to silence any discussion about the incident, or to at least ruin the credibility of the witnesses. In the end, the best evidence we have is the colonel's tape itself. And it's clear on the tape that whatever happened that night, a half dozen American airmen and a deputy commander of an American airbase all believed that they were truly witnessing physical phenomenon taking place before their very eyes. Whether it was alien or not, or perhaps simply a mass delusion, we may never know. We have confirmed that a number of these unidentified objects are indeed solid. So said the leader of the Pentagon's newest investigation into UFOs, which you probably know as UAPs today. The long culture of ridicule is officially over. UFOs are real, they are here, and nobody has a clue who's building them. But while UFOs were part of American culture for nearly a century now, the world would be shocked at the disturbing similarities between events happening in the US and a world away behind the impenetrable Iron Curtain. The secrecy is over, and what has come from declassified sources both within the former Soviet government and the CIA itself is nothing short of terrifying. Soviet sightings of UFOs run as long as sightings in America, but most Soviet citizens had no clue what was going on in their own backyards. Thanks to a strict culture of secrecy and censorship, it wasn't until Glasnost started to open Soviet society up that the lid on the Soviet UFO secret finally came unscrewed. Some news outlets purposefully dramatized relatively ordinary events as they exercised newly found freedoms and pushed just to see how far they could take things. However, there were plenty of very real UFO-related events happening, and some were high-profile enough to catch the attention of CIA spies behind the Iron Curtain. On January 29, 1986, at 7:55 p.m., a quote, amazing event occurred on Hill 611 near the village of Dalnegorsk in Primorsky Krai. This small mining town is of no note, but that night it would become the most important place in the entire Soviet Union. That evening, multiple villagers observed a reddish sphere flying into the town from the southeast. The object flew while making no noise and appeared to be a nearly perfect sphere of rust red. It got close enough for people to observe that the outer skin of this strange craft was without blemish and had no obvious control surfaces nor means of propulsion. For a while, the object hovered up and down over the village, moving at a relatively slow pace. As it ascended, it would glow brighter before dimming as it descended. Suddenly, the object appeared to be in distress. All witnesses interviewed later by Soviet authorities recalled just how the object jerked or jumped suddenly, then fell like a rock straight down onto Hill 611. Witnesses heard a dull thump as it impacted and then began to burn intensely for an hour. Valery Voshilny, head of the Far Eastern Committee for Anomalous Phenomena, arrived at the site 2 days after the crash. He noticed that despite everything being covered in deep snow, the site of the crash was completely devoid of it. allowing him to observe splintered silica rocks, which could only have occurred from extreme temperatures. The rocks were also smoky looking, as if they'd been exposed to intense heat. However, Vushilny also found physical evidence of the crash. All over the site, embedded in the rocks themselves, he discovered silvery pieces of metal. Some were fragments, but a large amount had formed into droplets, almost as if they'd been sprayed over the area. This detail would become significant after the fall of the Iron Curtain, when Western UFOologists would compare notes with their Eastern counterparts. American witnesses had very often reported seeing flying orbs, which seemed to spray metal while showing signs of some kind of distress. At the edge of the crash site was a tree stump.
They're
that had been
pooping
severely
themselves.
burned and emitted a strange chemical smell. The physical remains were examined at the Omsk branch of the Academy of Sciences, who made a shocking discovery. Some of the fragments had formed into what appeared to be small nets, and when these were put under examination, it was discovered that they were made up of torn and very thin threads, 17 micrometers in width. Each thread consisted of even thinner fibers tied up in plates, and intertwined with the fibers were thin, solid gold wires. The technology to replicate this type of delicate nano-construction wouldn't appear on the Earth for decades, at least not in human hands anyway. The fragments, which had formed into iron balls, were also put under a battery of tests. Each ball consisted of iron with various levels of aluminum, manganese, nickel, chromium, tungsten, and cobalt. This seemed to rule out a natural creation and the object just being a very peculiar meteorite. Rather, it mostly confirmed that the object was built from heterogeneous alloys. When the balls were melted in a vacuum chamber, they reacted in various ways. On one base, they would melt and spread out as expected, but on another, they formed into smaller balls with convex glass-like structures. But melting the remains revealed yet another mystery. Gold, silver, and nickel would disappear from the balls and be replaced with molybdenum, despite not being present in the sanitized test chamber before testing commenced. The metallic remains would confuse Soviet scientists, as they only produced more questions than answers. About the only thing they were able to identify was ashes discovered on the site belonging to a biological being. Perhaps the ashes belonged to an unfortunate animal caught under the crash, or perhaps they belonged to the operator of the mysterious UFO. Sadly, the intense heat made any attempt at identification impossible. Unable to tease out details from the remains, the investigation turned to the object itself before it crashed. The trajectory, as reported by eyewitnesses, happens to coincide with the flight path taken by rockets launched by China's Xishan Cosmodrome. However, investigators weren't able to verify if any launches had taken place in January from the complex, and the Chinese were not forthcoming with any answers, likely looking to keep their space program as secret as possible. However, the investigation revealed something very startling. Soviet citizens had not been the first to spot this mysterious object. The Chinese had already observed it over their own territory. Just days prior to the crash, witnesses close to the Xishan Cosmodrome reported a similar red sphere on January 25th. According to witnesses, the object appeared to simply hover, almost as if observing the Cosmodrome directly. After half an hour, it disappeared. The Chinese sighting wasn't the only clue that this object had traveled great distances, though. There was physical evidence, too. Examination of the soil at the crash site revealed small pieces of light gray-colored soil, but only in the area where the object was presumed to have made direct contact before exploding and mostly disintegrating. Put under spectroscopic analysis, the light gray soil was matched with soil from another area in Russia thousands of miles away. The soil matched tuffs from the area of Yaroslavl, northeast of Moscow, containing characteristic elements found there and not in the Dalnogorsk area. Whatever had crashed there, it was obvious somebody came looking for it, though. 8 days after the crash on Hill 611 at 8:30 p.m. on February 8, 1986, eyewitnesses once more reported strange objects in the sky. This time, 2 yellowish spheres flew into the town from the north. The spheres seemed to be looking for something and made their way directly to the crash site. Once there, they circled the crash site 4 times, then turned to the north and flew back the way they came. Was it a search and rescue effort by whatever had sent the original sphere there, or simply something wanting to make sure no identifiable remains had been left behind? To this day, nobody knows, but reports of flying spheres exactly mirror similar reports from all the way across the ocean in the United States. And the following year, whoever had visited the sleeping mining town returned in force. November 28, 1987, 11:24 p.m., reports of flying spheres flood a local military base. Terrified villagers report seeing as many as 32 flying objects, which spread out over 12 different nearby villages. Alarmed Soviet military personnel quickly make their way to the nearest villages and observe the strange flying lights for themselves. Before the night was over, hundreds of civilians and military personnel would bear witness to one of the largest mass UFO sightings in history. The objects appeared specifically interested in Dalnegorsk, and 13 of them broke away and flew directly to the mining village. Once there, 3 of them hovered stationary over the village, while 5 seemed to illuminate the nearby mountain and crash site. They appeared to move with no discernible propulsion and made no noise, hovering at varying altitudes between 150 and 800 meters. As the lights flew over homes, people reported disturbances of their electrical equipment. Ministry of Internal Affairs officers would later testify that they observed multiple objects at 11:30 p.m. One object flew toward them from the direction of the Gorley settlement, leaving a, quote, fiery flame behind it. At the head of the flame was an opaque sphere, and within that sphere was another smaller red sphere. At a local quarry, eyewitnesses observed a large cylindrical object the size of a 5-story building flying directly toward them. The object was around 200 or 300 meters, with the front lit up like burning metal. Terrified that the object was going to crash into them, many of them fled for shelter. The quarry manager observed the object moving at an altitude of about 300 meters, large and cigar-shaped. The description would also precisely fit that given by American and Western European witnesses of very similar objects. The object appeared to fly without the aid of wings and no discernible propulsion, making no noise as it flew over the quarry. Nearby, a kindergarten teacher observed a dark metallic-looking elongated object she estimated at 10 to 12 meters long. The object appeared to be in front of a bright, blinding sphere of light that hovered noiselessly at the height of a 9-story building. The object hovered over a school and shot a half-meter-wide violet-bluish ray down at the ground in front of the school. The teacher remarked that the objects caught in the ray did not create shadows as would be expected if they were being illuminated from above. The object then departed the school and moved to a nearby mountain. According to her, the object appeared to be searching for something, emitting a reddish projector-like light onto the mountain. Finally, the object simply departed by flying over the mountain and out of sight. The crash and subsequent UFO invasion of Dalnegorsk would remain secret for years, but once it made its way into the West, the similarities between this event and multiple similar events in the U.S. would convince researchers that Americans and Soviets were both observing the same mysterious phenomenon. Cigar-shaped objects and mysterious balls of light are a commonly reported type of UFO in the U.S. for decades, and multiple eyewitnesses have reported what they thought were malfunctioning air or spacecraft of some kind which bobbed up and down, as reported by the Dalnegorsk witnesses, while emitting a shower of what appeared to be molten metal. Curiously, some of the craft described by the Dalnegorsk witnesses bear a strong resemblance to the infamous U.S. Navy Tic Tac video, filmed by fighter pilots intercepting an unidentified aircraft over the Pacific Ocean. But this isn't the only parallels between Soviet and American UFO sightings, because while America had Roswell, the Soviets also had their own close encounter with alien beings, and their encounter had more and better witnesses than Roswell. It is not a joke nor a hoax, nor a sign of mental instability, nor an attempt to drum up local tourism by drawing the curious, so said the Soviet state press agency TASS, discussing a UFO close encounter in 1989. According to the official report, 2 boys and a girl from a local school were playing in a park on the evening of September 27th. At approximately 6:30, the children observed something pink shining in the sky, followed by a ball of deep red colors they estimated at 9 meters in diameter. A small crowd gathered as the ball seemed to land, and a hatch opened in the lower part of the ball. From within the ball, 3 aliens with 3 eyes each exited, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The aliens seemed to have a robot companion with them, which they activated with a touch. As the crowd watched in awe, the aliens seemed to communicate with each other, ignoring the onlookers, until a young boy screamed in terror. Suddenly, one of the aliens locked his 3 eyes on the child and caused him to become temporarily paralyzed. The 3 aliens then re-entered their vehicle, but quickly re-emerged, with one carrying what the crowd thought was a gun of some kind. The alien aimed the tube at a 16-year-old boy who suddenly vanished, only to reappear after the aliens re-entered their craft to depart. The story was met with both ridicule and a serious investigation, as is typical of UFO reports. To this day, accounts vary. A Soviet evening news correspondent dispatched to the town with a film crew failed to find any eyewitnesses to the aliens except for the children. However, they did speak with the local police chief, who confirmed one important detail of the account. He too had seen a large, silently flying craft shortly before the alleged landing took place. Soil analysis discovered high concentrations of radioactive isotopes in the landing area, but this proved inconclusive as after the Chernobyl disaster it was not uncommon to discover small pockets of highly concentrated radioactive isotopes. However, what's curious is that if it was a hoax, the children just happened to pick a landing spot with said high concentrations of isotopes, which would require analysis in a lab to even identify. Even more curious, when the children were separated into different rooms by investigators, they all drew nearly the exact same craft from memory. The craft was also said to leave behind a mysterious X-shaped sign in the sky as it took off, exactly mirroring UFO encounters reported in the United States by the defunct American magazine Saga in 1976. Given the strict censorship of the Soviet Union in the 70s, it is nigh an impossibility the children or police chief would have had access to said magazine. But why were there no other eyewitnesses to the alien beings themselves? One only need to look at the culture of ridicule surrounding UFOs to understand why a bunch of adults in the repressive communist Soviet Union would not want to speak up about such an extraordinarily weird event. As highlighted in the United States' own recent UAP investigation, a culture of ridicule has, quote, hampered our efforts to collect good data, as pilots are self-censoring for the fear of ridicule and it affecting their future careers. The U.S. Air Force and Navy took that recommendation so seriously that they immediately instituted new guidelines for reporting UFOs, ending the infamous century-long culture of ridicule that silenced witnesses even amongst America's most elite military units. Soviet pilots, however, were long reporting UFOs and on occasion even being killed by them. While on a routine flight over the city of Borisov, 2 Soviet fighters spotted a large flying disc near the city. The disc seemed to have 5 beams of light emanating from it. 2 were directed upwards into the sky, and 3 were pointed down at the ground. Ground control instructed the patrol to fly in for a closer look, an act that would doom one of the pilots. On approach, the disc suddenly flew up to match the speed and level with the lead Soviet fighter. Suddenly, it aimed one of its beams directly at the plane, filling the cockpit with blinding light. The co-pilot was at the controls, and the flight logs recorded him reporting a bright ray of light entering the cockpit and projecting a spot about 20 centimeters in diameter. This ray of light swept across the cockpit and directly through the pilot's body, with both pilot and co-pilot reporting extreme heat. The plane broke off and returned to base immediately. Shortly afterwards, the co-pilot's health immediately deteriorated with frequent fainting spells that forced him into retirement. The aircraft commander, however, died within a few months of the incident, with the cause of death listed as cancer. This wouldn't be the only report of a UFO shooting beams of light, though. A declassified CIA report notes an encounter with hundreds of eyewitnesses, including a Major V. Loganov outside the city of Omsk. In his own official report, the Major states that he and other eyewitnesses spotted a strange object in the sky, which radar could not pick up. The object passed overhead at an altitude of several kilometers, revealing a shining sphere 1.5 times as large as the current full moon. The object was casting 4 very bright beams of light, sometimes parallel to the ground and sometimes at an angle. The UFO hovered over a civilian airport for 5 minutes and even descended a bit. Suddenly, the beams of light disappeared and a whirling plume trail appeared around the shining sphere. With an extraordinary burst of speed, the object took off to the east. Pilots from a nearby second airport reported seeing the object but being unable to pick it up on their radars. Immediately relaying the sighting up the chain of command, within 5 minutes, other military personnel at Altai-Krai reported having the same object under visual observation. Given the time and distance, the object appeared to have traveled 600 kilometers at a speed of about 7,000 kilometers an hour. UFO sightings were so frequent in the Soviet Union that the declassified CIA report also notes a meeting of 100 Soviet scientists from various disciplines, all meeting together to discuss the dramatic uptick in UFO sightings in the 1970s and the 1980s. It's now known that some UFO reports inside the Soviet Union were highly secretive U.S. air and spacecraft. Other sightings were misattributed to everything from secret rocket launches to failed rockets or simply spent rocket stages. However, just like multiple American UFO investigations would reveal, that still left a significant number, about 5% of sightings, that simply could not be explained. And most disturbing of all were reports from Soviet nuclear facilities of unidentified craft that perfectly mirror similar reports from the United States in the same time period. In one high-profile encounter, a UFO nearly started World War III. Colonel Boris Solikov spoke with Western UFO investigators after the fall of the Soviet Union, reporting that on the night of October 4, 1982, there was a breach of airspace over a nuclear weapons site in Usovoyen, Ukraine. Solikov, who was working at the Kremlin at the time, described receiving alarmed reports from the facility, whose operators had informed him their launch panels all had suddenly activated on their own, something which should have been impossible. For 4 hours, the entire facility watched a hovering UFO as it loitered directly overhead. While it hovered, the control panels, which could launch the nuclear weapons stored there, suddenly came to life, something which could have only happened with the input of the proper launch codes. The incident sparked a 10-year investigation by the Soviets into the UFO phenomenon, which they kept under wraps until the end of the Cold War. This event closely mirrors a similar incident at a U.S. nuclear facility in Minot Air Force Base, when security personnel observed a UFO which hovered over the silos holding America's nuclear-tipped Minuteman missiles. According to witnesses, the missiles briefly became active and went into launch state, despite having received no such authorization or command from their control centers. Perhaps unsurprisingly, UFO reports around Soviet nuclear facilities remain very difficult to verify, but the Soviet Union had a plethora of otherworldly sightings which only grew in number as the Cold War dragged on. At 4:05 a.m. on September 20, 1977, a group of dock workers in Petrozavodsk witnessed a blinding light on the horizon from the direction of Lake Onega. The light approached the slumbering city before shifting into the shape of a glimmering jellyfish, whom, according to eyewitnesses, began to hover over the city and shoot thin beams of light down into the city. The dock workers were terrified, concerned that their nation was under attack. This being the height of the Cold War, paranoia over a nuclear conflict between the Soviet Union and the U.S. was running high. After 12 minutes of shooting beams of light down into the city, the UFO transformed once more into a bright semicircle and shot back off in the direction it came. Suddenly, it veered upwards and punched through the clouds, leaving a burning red hole where it passed that quickly dissipated. Later that morning, more witnesses would come forward, and the list would grow from the initial dock workers to police officers, sailors, and an ambulance crew, and a reporter for the state news agency. Under pressure to prevent an all-out alarm, the reporter would post a story 3 days later calling the phenomenon strange and natural. The object left no physical evidence behind, save for a photograph allegedly taken of the object by one of the witnesses. However, given the veil of secrecy in the Soviet Union at the time, the photograph has been impossible to verify. However, neighboring local governments became so alarmed by the incident that they demanded an answer from the Kremlin leadership. When they were unable to provide a satisfactory response, the event was taken to the Academy of Sciences, where the Soviet Union's most prolific scientific minds worked. They couldn't come up with an explanation for the sighting, but after doing some research concluded that the UFO phenomenon was very real and required more dedicated investigation. The Academy's secret investigation started a year later and ran all the way until the collapse of the Soviet Union. Unofficially known as the Network, this government-backed investigation ran for 13 years and had one goal: scientifically understand the UFO phenomenon. The network enjoyed the support of 20 different organizations staffed by specialists in physics, chemistry, optics, and spectroscopy. The initial investigation was kept top secret for two reasons. Either it would verify the existence of extraterrestrial life, or the findings could have some form of defense value. The network also had to coordinate its investigation with the Defense Ministry, a task which created some conflict. Where scientists working for the network found a mystery needing scientific investigation, the Defense Ministry simply saw a threat or potential enemy. Thus, the two sides had vastly differing approaches to their UFO investigations. Even so, the two sides worked together to gather UFO data. The network gathered reports from scientific institutes and Soviet citizens, while the Defense Ministry gathered them from within the Soviet military, perhaps spurred on by repeated violations of their air and space by very advanced American aircraft, first the U-2 and then the Blackbird spy aircraft. Soviet soldiers were under strict orders to report all mysterious phenomenon, especially if it interfered with their equipment. This was stark in contrast to the U.S., where a culture of ridicule had sprung up in both the military and civilian sectors, despite multiple ongoing secret investigations by the Department of Defense. The network would go on to investigate 3,000 UFO reports, debunking all but 300 of them, which they had no explanation for. The results would mirror both the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book effort and the latest investigation into UAPs by the Department of Defense, but this debunking work was critical for the understanding of what was a real UFO and what wasn't, even when the Soviet Union's secrecy made such work difficult. The Petrozavoysk event, for instance, would be solved by an American engineer working for NASA, who put together the pieces missed by the Soviets. Using NASA's Satellite Tracking Center, he discovered that the Soviets had launched an object from their top-secret cosmodrome in nearby Plesetsk at 3:58 a.m., just minutes before the sighting. However, that doesn't explain the motion witnessed and attested to by many observers. Rockets can only go up. Even if they do so at a very diagonal angle, they certainly can't hover and they can't lose or gain altitude at will. Could the UFO then been a response to the top-secret launch minutes before, or was it a case of bad eyewitnesses being very mistaken about what they saw? We may never know the truth, but what we can be sure of is that something was recreating the same exact UFO phenomenon over the Soviet Union that was taking place over American skies. The year was 1956 at the White Sands Missile Testing Grounds near Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. The site was used for rocket tests, and Major William Cunningham was involved in collecting debris for tests after a successful launch. Assisting him was Air Force Sergeant Jonathan P. Lovett. It was an uneventful day full of tedious work, and the two men separated to cover different areas of the field. But what had...
Okay, I'm gonna call an end to the stream right here. I will be back in a while. I'll probably do a bit of an afternoon kind of stream today. Because I won't be around this evening. So, and then I will be streaming probably most all the day of Sunday. So, be sure to tune back in later on. Keep an eye on Discord, and I'll try to make an announcement before I go live. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the raids. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. I will update our follower goal before the next stream. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Love you. Thanks for hanging out.